allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that, the first item on our agenda today is a consent agenda, which is approved minutes from April 2nd, approved payroll, approved vouchers, approve and allow the chair to sign the TANF reports, approve and allow chair to sign release a mortgage on, approve and allow chair to sign the letter for the scale to State Fair, approve and allow chair to sign lease renewal for DFS in Powell, approve 4-day rental at Park County Fairgrounds for the Home and Garden Show, and approve and sign monthly earning and collections.
Madam Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Consent agenda as stated. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. I think you can go ahead and come up anyway. We've got about 2 minutes.
You want decaf coffee, maybe?
Did I leave you decaf? You're welcome.
That might not work.
Thank you.
That was received,
Thank you.
and it's the same person that commented that was in your packet. It's just kind of a reiteration, so.
Okay, thank you. It is 9:35, so it's time for the next thing on our agenda, which is public hearing for Boohoo minor subdivision 80 sketch plan. With that, we will have staff with Jenny Kramer, Park County Planning and Zoning, and Joy Hill Planning Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report packet. The staff report packet was provided to all of you, the applicant, and the public in advance of this public hearing. All facts are within the packet, but I will now summarize key findings from the material. The full packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. Rudy and Carla Boer submitted a minor subdivision application on February 2nd, 2024, and they request approval of a 3-lot subdivision consisting of one 12.2 acre lot, one 12.26 acre lot, and one 12.43 acre lot, each for residential use. Ownership has been affirmed to Rudy and Carla Boer. The subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision and is within the GRP zoning district. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. It is located within Lot 70G and 70L, Lot 70, Township 55 North, Range 98 West, for the 6 p.m. in Park County, and is located approximately 2 miles east of Powell, north of Lane 10, on the west side of Road 6. It is addressed as 960 Road 6 in Powell. Lot 1 is developed with a permitted residence, accessory structures, a septic system, and a domestic water well. Proposed lots 2 and 3 are currently vacant irrigated lands. The topography is relatively flat. Neighboring land uses are primarily agricultural and residential, with some residential vacant lands nearby. Two-tree simple subdivision borders the south line of proposed Lot 3, and Jensvold SS 259 is east of the proposed subdivision. The property is not located within 1 mile of any municipality, therefore municipal review is not required. Public notice requirements have been met, and relevant agencies were notified as required and responded as follows. TCT stated they will have terrestrial wireless service available and may be able to provide internet and VoIP phone to this location. Park County School District 1 will have bus stops at all exit points on the County Road 6. Garland Light and Power has the capacity to serve the subdivision. MDU provided an estimate to extend natural gas main to the 2 residential lots. Park County Weed and Pest found noxious weed species in their initial inspection, and a long-term noxious weed management plan will be required. Park County Fire District 1 can provide fire suppression services and request all access points be constructed to accommodate their fire equipment. Powell Clark's Fork Conservation District identified 2 soil types on the property, and the primary soil type is rated very limited regarding dwellings with or without basements and small commercial buildings. Limitations are due to shrink swell. Both soil types are rated very limited regarding septic tank absorption fields, and the limitations are primarily due to depth to slow water movement. Soil types are not considered to be prime farmland. DEQ provided agency contacts and information for permitting associated with various construction activities. Game and Fish have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Park County Treasurer confirmed property taxes have been paid in full. Park County Public Works reported that legal access exists from County Road 6. It is a local access road and consists of a crushed gravel surface. The subdivision is anticipated to increase traffic, but is not anticipated to alter the road classification. A right-of-way permit from Park County Public Works will be required to construct an access to serve lots 2 and 3 from the county road system. Shoshone Irrigation District should approve any drain crossing and designate the appropriate size of culvert for the crossing. They can address new lots from County Road 6 once a lot owner has submitted a request for address application and once they have obtained a building permit from Park County Planning and Zoning. A drainage and erosion control plan will not be required. However, in no case shall development result in an increase in stormwater runoff to the county right-of-way or adjacent properties. Shoshone Irrigation has not provided a response, nor has USPS. A concerned neighboring property owner submitted a public comment regarding future visual nuisances such as mobile homes and junk accumulating on the lots if covenants are not proposed. And the email that I just provided you is a reiteration from that same landowner that was provided to us late yesterday. And just so you're aware, she included some pictures and had concerns about junk on a nearby property, but that is not this subdivision property, just to clarify that for you. A title report dated February 27th was received. No new roads or driveways are proposed. Solid waste disposal services are available through private companies. No landslides, steep slopes, rock falls, or other hazardous features exist on the property or are known to exist. Regarding septic system adequacy, percolation tests were completed on proposed lots 1 and 2, and the rates were 80 minutes per inch in both locations. Due to slow percolation rates, engineered septic systems may be required should the subdivision be approved. Groundwater exploration cuts were made on lots 1 and 2, and groundwater was not discovered in either excavation. Domestic water will be provided by individual on-site wells to be permitted by the state engineer's office. A water quality test revealed high TDS, high sulfate, and elevated manganese and sodium, resulting in the recommendation for water treatment. Regarding egg impacts, the applicant will be required to comply with the recommendations of Park County Weed and Pests, the Shoshone Irrigation District, and with Wyoming state statutes regarding fencing, all of which are intended to mitigate impacts to and from area ag operations. No stream or river is within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Electric service is not yet adjacent, and natural gas is also not been stubbed to proposed lot 2 and 3. Therefore, a subdivision improvements agreement will be required. Lot standards have been met. No sidewalks, street lighting, alleys, or open spaces are proposed. An HOA will not be required unless common facilities maintained by lot owners are proposed. And it appears that livestock can be legally run at large on lands adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Therefore, the subdivision is subject to Wyoming statute 18-5-319. The subdivision is not within an overlay district. And the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the sketch plan on March 13th and recommended approval with conditions. Some of those conditions were not met. However, those conditions have been carried forward as recommended conditions of your approval and will need to be met prior to final plat review. Planning staff recommends approval of the sketch plan of Brewer MS-80 with the following conditions, and I will read those for you. Number 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a response from USPS to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide a response and approved water distribution plan from Shoshone Irrigation District to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 4, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicants shall place the following note on the final plat. Due to slow soil percolation rates, engineered small wastewater systems may be required. Number 5, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place a note on the final plat. Water quality appears to be safe for human consumption. However, treatment such as reverse osmosis is recommended for more palatable water. Number 6, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall provide evidence of 1, an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming Statute 11-28-102. 2, written consent from all adjacent landowners, a perimeter fence is not necessary. Or 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence as required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming Statute 18-5-306A13. Number 7, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement, if applicable, addressing all required improvements, for example, utilities, fencing, etc., for review by staff and approval of the county attorney and the board. Number 8, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. Number 9, prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners, the applicant shall place a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 on the plat. Number 10, prior to recording the final plat, the applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to the Planning and Zoning Department. And number 11, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. And we're here to answer any questions.
Any questions at this time from the board?
Chair, just a question on, you asked for just a response from the Postal Service, but not approval, like you do with the irrigation district.
Sure. They typically, the post office will just respond that they can provide mail delivery. If it is, it's also at their discretion to say that they may need a pull off or a bank of mailboxes. So So that will need to be provided to us so that we can determine whether or not that's part of the subdivision improvements agreement. But typically that's their response, is more of, this is what we'd require and we can provide service.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Any member of the public that would like to speak to this issue?
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates, representative for the applicant. We have reached out to the Postal Service and they haven't answered back on a couple projects, so they must be busy. Like Irrigation District, we provided them a water distribution plan and they just haven't got back to us since it's started the irrigation season. So we plan for that, and anything else would be here for any comments that you guys might have or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to make comments regarding this application?
Chair, move to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. What's the pleasure of the board on the request for sketch plan?
Move to approve with conditions presented by staff, Madam Chair.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve with the inclusion of the conditions stated.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I wanted to ask a question during staff and I can't find where I saw it. So maybe you can help me by memory, but I believe there's no requirement or a condition for a road maintenance agreement type. Is that correct? But yet in the Public Works, they will share a driveway. So how do we address that?
And
I thought somewhere in here it said they're not sharing any roads.
Yeah.
But
I
yet
know,
you
and it's
are
an-
on the Public Works part.
It's an access point. I don't know that a proposed shared drive, I guess technically, and maybe Cody can answer.
So any shared driveway, they would have to identify their plan for snow removal or maintenance in their notarized disclosure statement. We also ask that they put a note on the plat regarding that as well. But Cody, I don't think they're.
There is a shared driveway between lots 2 and 3.
Okay.
Correct.
Be a shared driveway.
Correct, but there's no shared
Those two.
maintenance.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we need to add that
Condition?
because they're technically you are sharing, even though it is access, it's the county's not responsible for that access. They are. And if they're sharing it, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. I just want to make sure that we're trying to be,
It would be consistent.
they contradict themselves and I can't find it within the document.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, we usually handle that with just in the disclosure statement that says that there will be a shared driveway, between those 2 lots. Since it's not a road, it's not a built road, it's just the access off of whatever that is road. Whatever it's 4 or 6, yeah, so.
I guess it's up to you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Livingston, if he wants a minute to include that or not, it doesn't, I don't think it's a deal breaker. I guess
I'm not sure it's necessary right now.
I would agree. I just curious.
I don't think we do that real often on just a 2-lot shared access. We do it if there's going to be more uses on a particular road with more lots behind it, but haven't seen it too much on a shared access. Okay. Right.
Okay.
Any other discussion on the motion to approve with conditions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Yes,
Resolution 2024-20.
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, our next item is a public hearing at 9:55, so we have a few minutes here.
I'd like to, Madam Chair, if I could compliment Jennifer here for whizzing through this. Very good.
Getting there.
Thanks. We're getting there.
You're giving us the information we need in a condensed form.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it's good.
Thanks. Oh, it is working.
Thanks.
So, Madam Chair, could I ask planning and zoning, since we're kind of between things? Are we, the last one we just did says it was not in an overlay district. Right? So this one is in an overlay district, agriculture. They both were as of the last land use. I mean, is it wrong? Are we using the agriculture overlay district as an issue right at this point in time on all development?
Existed before.
So we already have an ag overlay.
Is that, so that's what this one is references, not the new map?
Nothing references anything in the land use plan.
Okay.
It was an existing ag overlay.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Madam Chair, if we still got a minute, can I ask when, from my own personal, when does that, when will we start using wildlife and the revised overlay?
When you adopt an amended zoning map for the county.
But we gotta, even though we adopted the plan and the map is in the plan, we still have to adopt the zoning.
You can't change the zoning without doing a zoning map. It's like an actual change.
An overlay is considered zoning. Okay. See, now I can sleep. I learned something. You always do that. Oh, I do that.
Yeah. Everybody knew it.
Everybody knew it.
I just didn't want to bring it up, but
Everybody knows it.
Hey, it's 9:55. So we have a public hearing for Mountain View Moldings. Special use permit number 259. Again, Jenny Crane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report packet was provided to all of you, the applicant and the public in advance of this public hearing. All facts are within the packet, but I will now summarize key findings from the material. The full packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. John Hirschberger submitted a special use permit application and requests approval to operate a business that will transform timbers into D-logs for cabin construction. The construction activities will occur in a shop that is 80 by 46 feet. The applicant plans to construct a storage structure that is 30 by 40 that will be used to store materials and supplies. It will occur on an area of the property that is less than 1 acre in size, and all the construction work will occur inside the shop building. All employees will be residents of the property. The use is classified as a cottage industry. Ownership has been affirmed to John and Iva Hirschberger. It is a 37.46 acre parcel within lot 49A of the resurvey, the government resurvey, Township 55 North, Range 98 West of the 6 PM, Park County, and is located approximately 5 miles southeast of Powell, directly north of County Lane 10.5, and approximately 1,500 feet northeast of the intersection of Lane 10.5 and Road 3, with an address of 275 Lane 10.5. The property is in a GRP zoning district, and cottage industry uses are permitted in that zoning district, provided the special use permit is approved. Neighboring land uses are primarily ag. However, there are properties in the immediate vicinity classified as residential, and state of Wyoming has some parcels in the area located north and west of the use location. The applicant resides on the northeast portion of the property in a permitted single-family residence. It is served by a permitted small wastewater system, and there are also accessory use structures in the same area as the property and the residence. The topography has little change in elevation. The Shoshone River borders the north end of the parcel. Legal notice requirements have been met, including notice to property owners, and the application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. Their responses are as follows. Elk Water Users Association stated the use is on the properties. The use is on the property and the property is serviced by the association. However, the use will not impede Elk Canal or the association's ability to service shareholders or deliver water. DEQ summarized their notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact surface or groundwater. Park County Treasurer stated the first half property taxes are paid, second half are due in May. Fire inspector stated the project will require a full plan review through the state fire marshal's office. Game and Fish have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. Park County Public Works reported the following. Legal access exists from County Lane 10.5, which is a paved local access road. The use is anticipated to increase traffic, but is not anticipated to alter the road classification. The use will not require an additional address. Neither a geotech report or a drainage and erosion control plan will be required. However, in no case shall activities result in an increase in stormwater runoff to the county right-of-way or adjacent properties. Parking will not be allowed within the county right-of-way resulting from this development. It appears there is adequate space for tractor trailer delivery at this time. Should the need arise for additional parking and turnaround areas, it is recommended the applicant prepare an all-weather crushed gravel surface to accommodate. Park County Fire District 1 has not provided comments. No public comments have been received. The Park County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit application on March 13th and recommended approval with conditions noted in their resolution. The applicant made the following statements of how compatibility will be achieved. They stated that square timbers, 6 by 8 inch, are brought from Wisconsin and put through molding machinery to produce the D-logs for cabins. He anticipates receiving 6 to 8 semi-trailer truckloads per year. The logs are then sent, or the D-logs are then sent to TriStar Cabins, a neighboring facility, and to a firm in Nebraska. They are delivered to TriStar Cabins via loader or wagon approximately twice per month, and to Nebraska by semi-trailers approximately twice per year. They do not expect any increase in traffic except for the arrival of timbers and delivery of D-logs. A diesel generator supplies power for the machinery, saws, and lights. Wood shavings accumulate in a bin. They are later bagged and sold to Poor Boy Feeds and some individuals for livestock bedding. The shop is heated with a wood stove. A wash basin is in the shop and a bathroom is located in the residence. The coordination of sales and delivery of materials will be facilitated by the applicant. Work hours are Monday through Saturday, 7 to 3:30. The actual hours of operation will be from 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. Customers will not frequent the property. No outdoor lights are proposed. Bottled water or water from the residents will be used for drinking. 3 resident employees will serve the use. And he plans to conduct a small volume of retail business using 1x6 lumber products. There are no close neighbors that will be negatively impacted by the operation. There are similar cottage industries located in the area. The future building will not be within 20 feet of a county road right of way. No covenants are proposed or existing on the property. No known nonconformities exist on the property, and no nuisances have been reported. Access is proposed from lane 10.5. Since energy will be provided by a diesel generator, no utilities will serve the use. The septic system is sized adequately to serve the use. No signs are proposed or necessary for the use. Solid waste disposal services are available through private companies. No specific criteria are identified for this use. It is within the ag overlay district. However, the proposed use is not expected to impact surrounding ag uses, and it should not be negatively impacted by ag practices in the vicinity. There will be a small decrease in marginally productive ag lands should this use be approved, and site plan review is not required for the use. We recommend approval of this special use permit and recommend the following conditions of approval. Number 1, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall submit a formal response from Park County Fire District 1 to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 3, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide evidence of site plan approval from the State Fire Marshal's office to the Planning and Zoning Department. And number 4, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards and the Park County Development Standards and Regulations.
Thank you. Any questions from the board at this time?
Madam Chair, if I understood correctly, the condition 2 actually has been met. Is that correct? Application submit response from Park County Fire District 1 has already been. Did I hear you say that you received that?
I think we're still waiting, but we are,
Oh, I thought you read that had been received.
I think, fire inspector,
No, not provided comments yet.
yeah, they have not yet
Oh, okay.
on this one.
Any other questions at this time?
Should have got.
Hearing none, this is a public hearing. So are there any comments for the request for a special use permit for Mountain View Moldings? Any public comment?
Madam Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
So moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. It's the pleasure of the board on the request.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Mountain View molding special use permit 259 with staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay. So moved and seconded to approve the request for special use permit for Mountain View Moldings. SUP 259 with the recommendations listed. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Jenny.
Madam Chair, Resolution 2024-21.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is another public hearing at 10:15. So we have a few minutes. We can't find anything anywhere on the garden.
No. No, but their their lease comes up for review or renewal
July.
this year in July.
There's nothing on the garden or the statute that we can find.
Yeah.
to Tennessee when we landed. It was from Cheyenne, there was 2 hours, 15 minutes.
Jeez. Nice. Nice plane.
And but it was not the state plane.
No, that's not.
The,
Hmm.
he paid for this out of his own.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. He needs to get away once in a while too.
There's what.
Oh, my. It's like some Herbert Allen stuff.
Mhm. I thought this one was real fancy, and then Luke flew over in his,
Oh, in his?
when he was coming in the other day, and he flew over the farm.
Cool. Okay. All right, it is 10:15, so we'll begin on our next public hearing, which is for Hart Mountain School Special Use Permit number 260. Jenny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report packet was provided to you, the applicant and the public in advance of this public hearing. All facts are within the packet, but I will now summarize key findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. Adrian Troyer submitted a special use permit application that was signed by the landowner to request approval of a special use permit to operate a private school that will serve up to 22 students. The school floor plan shows a 30 by 32-foot classroom and a 30 by 42-foot mudroom. The mudroom includes a sink, range, and bathrooms. The use is classified as a minor community use. Ownership is affirmed by a warranty deed to Herman Joe Stutzman and Lucinda Stutzman. The property is a 39.5 acre parcel described as Lot 47E Resurvey, Township 55 North, Range 98 West, 6 PM, Park County, and is approximately 5 miles southeast of Powell, directly north of County Lane 10.5 and approximately 1,500 feet east of the intersection of Lane 10.5 and Road 3 with an address of 251 Lane 10.5. The property is in a general rural Powell zoning district, and minor community uses are permitted in the zoning district, provided a special use permit is approved. Neighboring land uses are primarily ag. However, there are properties in the vicinity classified as residential, and it is also near some state of Wyoming parcels that are northwest and west of the proposed use location. There is an existing well on the property, and the school will be served by an existing permitted small wastewater system. The topography has little change in elevation, and the Shoshone River borders the north end of the parcel. The applicant submitted a site plan that shows the location of the school building and outdoor recreation area, parking, access, and the location of the existing drain field. Legal notice requirements have been met, and the application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required, and their responses are as follows. Elk Water Users Irrigation District serves the property and does not have concern with the proposed use or plans for construction regarding their operations. Wyoming DEQ summarized the notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact surface or groundwater. Park County Treasurer stated the property taxes are paid in full. The existing domestic well permit has been enlarged by the applicant to include groundwater use for domestic and sanitary supply for churches and schools under their under their permit. The state engineer's office stated that the water must be put to beneficial use for this purpose by December 31st, 2026, or it will be subject to cancellation. The fire inspector stated the project will not require plan review through their state fire marshal's office. The Wyoming Department of Ag stated a food permit is not required for the use. Game and Fish have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. Park County Fire District 1 can provide fire suppression and emergency services to the proposed use. Park County Public Works provided the following comments. The property has legal access from Park County Lane 10.5 which is a paved local access road administered and maintained by the Road and Bridge Division. The property is addressed and is accessed by an existing permitted access point from County Lane 10.5. Additional addresses for the property can be requested from Public Works by the applicant. The proposed development will likely not increase vehicular traffic on County Lane 10.5, but will increase use via horse and buggy or bicycle use. The proposed use will not result in a change in classification for the roadway. Public Works will determine if additional signage is needed for safety in the area as a result of the use. No action is needed by the applicant regarding signage. A drainage and erosion control plan will not be required. However, in no case shall activities associated with the use result in an increase in stormwater runoff to the county right-of-way or adjacent properties. A geotech report will not be required, and parking will not be allowed within the county road right-of-way. No public comments have been received. Park County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit on March 13th and recommended approval with conditions noted in the resolution. The applicant made the following statements of how compatibility will be achieved. They stated the project will not have any engines or motors associated with use, therefore disturbances from noise should not be a concern. No vehicle traffic will be associated with the use, therefore dust should not be a concern. The school will be sized to accommodate 20 to 22 students and 2 teachers. Hours of operation will be 8:30 to 3 p.m. September through April. Ages of the students will be 6 to 14. Children will travel to the school using bicycles and horse-drawn buggies. No electricity is required for the use, and the building will be heated using radiant floor heat powered by propane or a natural gas boiler. Lights will be powered by batteries, and power for the well pump and gas boiler will be solar powered or powered by a battery pack. The building will not be within 20 feet of a county road right-of-way. No covenants are proposed or existing on the property. No outdoor lighting is proposed, and there are no known nonconformities on the property. No nuisances have been reported at this location. The building floor area will be 2,220 square feet, requiring 6 parking stalls. The use will not require any parking for motorized vehicles. Parking for bicycles and horse-drawn buggies is adjacent to the structure. The existing septic system appears to be adequately sized to serve the use. No signs are proposed or necessary for the use. Solid waste disposal services are available through private companies. No specific criteria are identified for this use. A portion of the property is within floodplain overlay. However, it is not in close proximity to the use that's greater than 650 feet away. The proposed use is in an ag overlay district. Potential impacts to and from ag practices have been mitigated. There will be a small decrease in marginally productive ag land should this use be approved, and site plan review is not required for the use. The planning staff recommends approval of the Heart Mountain School SUP-260 with the following conditions of approval. Number 1, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. And number 2, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. And we're available for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time from the board, Commissioner?
Madam Chair, just for clarification, on page 1, under the application, where it says the floor plan, the school would be 30 by 32, and then the mudroom is 30 by 42. Is that correct?
Yes. And that's the site plan. Does that sound right?
Madam Chair, question possibly for the applicant. We're looking at a private school, which is different than a charter school, correct? And which the school does not receive any state funds. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
My only question would be in the approval from Fire Marshal. It seems interesting to have a school where there's no, but that's the regulations as they provided them from the fire district number 1, or whichever one they're in.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, there was, we had reached out to them, to our local contact, and he thought that there were, but then after he talked to his supervisor told him that nothing would be required. So
Okay.
yes,
Thank
we
you.
did.
This is a public hearing, so I'm going to ask if there's any public comments or anyone that would like to comment on the proposal. Come on up, sir, and if you'd identify yourself in the mic, please. We do record these meetings, so we have to have you near a mic so we can hear. Thank you, and if you'd identify yourself.
I'm Alan Graber. I'm on the board for the building the school. The fire marshal question, I think, would maybe have something to do with the amount of people, maybe under 25, I think.
Oh,
would
okay,
Allow it to stay out from under it,
okay,
the way I understand. So,
all right. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Are there any other public comments on this requested use?
Move to close public hearing, Madam Chair.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed? Okay, it's the pleasure of the board on the request.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Heart Mountain School SUP 260 as presented with conditions.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the SUP request as listed or as requested with conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I,
One opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
resolution 2024-22.
Thank you. Thanks, Jenny. We'll see you at 10:55. Okay, thank you.
You didn't have any county road concerns on horse and buggies?
on what?
County road concerns with horse and buggies?
No, it's safety signs would be good.
Yeah,
No, I'm
people
just-
signs.
I'm just not a big fan of charter schools.
No, I understand.
And that's,
Understand.
just wanted to confirm that they don't receive any state funds.
We're on. Okay. Thanks, Molly. Okay, it is 10:55. Time for our next public hearing. This public hearing is on the Ickley variance request. Presented by staff Jenny Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant and the public in advance of this public hearing. All facts are within the packet, but I will now summarize the key findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. A variance request application was received from Arthur Ickley III on March 15th, 2024, requesting a variance from the requirement that conventional subdivisions in a general rural 20-acre zoning district will average 20 acres per housing unit. Should this variance be approved, the applicant plans to begin the subdivision review process to divide a 26.2 acre parcel of land in GR 20 zoning district into one 5.8 acre lot and one 20.48 acre lot with an average lot size of approximately 13.14 acres. Provision for variance is to allow flexibility in these regulations when application of certain standards is inappropriate for a specific use or design proposal, or when enforcement of the standard would create a hardship or practical difficulty due to exceptional obstacles associated with the land or site where a particular project is proposed. The board may vary or adjust the strict application of any of the requirements of these regulations if it would deprive the owner of the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure involved. Public notice requirements have been met. Ownership is affirmed by warranty deed to Arthur Larry Ickley III and Jennifer Roney. The property is situated within Lot 61C and 61D of Lot 61 and Tract 107B of Tract 107 in Township 51 North, Range 103 West, 6 p.m., Park County, Wyoming. It is located approximately 9.5 miles southwest of Cody, on the north side of County Road 6WX and on the west side of County Road 60R. The property is addressed as 24 Road 60R, 1347 South Fork Road, and 1351 South Fork Road. The property is in the GR 20 zoning district, and surrounding land uses are primarily residential with platted subdivisions nearby. It is developed with a primary residence, 2 accessory housing units, multiple accessory structures, and 2 septic systems. It is not within 1 mile of a municipality, therefore a municipal review is not required. All agency referral requirements have been met and stated the following. The Park County Treasurer confirmed the first half of property taxes have been paid and the second half will be due May 10th. Park County Public Works does not have any comment related to the variance request, and they will respond if it moves forward to subdivision. Wyoming DEQ summarized permitting requirements for various development activities that may impact surface water. 1 public comment was received in support of this variance request from a nearby neighbor. And 1 public comment was just received yesterday that was forwarded on to you. That comment was in opposition from a nearby landowner. She believes the 20-acre minimum lot size in the zoning district should be upheld, and the 20-acre minimum zoning was in place when Mr. Ickley purchased the property. The applicant has addressed the 4 variance approval conditions, and staff addressed each condition of the variance approval standards and found that not all of the conditions are met. Staff recommends denial of the variance request because all of the conditions for approval are not met as required. However, if you choose to approve, we do have commission or conditions that are recommended that I can read at that time.
Okay.
Or, yeah. And yeah, so we're here to answer any questions. The applicant.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners? Excuse me, at this time, Commissioner?
Madam Chair, it stated that if it were approved, the plans to begin the subdivision process review, what type of subdivision would the process be? Would it be considered major then?
It would actually be a simple subdivision based on the tract of record.
Okay, so it's not a subdivision that's already, that this lot, current lot is not being split. I mean, this isn't a subdivision lot already. Because I
Correct.
believe our rules, if it were a subdivision lot, then we're splitting a subdivision lot, it becomes major, is that correct?
If the original tract of record had more than, or had two lots,
Had
at
been
least
part of
one
a
lot
subdivision.
taken out of it already, that it would be yes.
Okay,
Yep. And we would need to reconfirm that. I believe that the tract of record would be that parcel from when it was split, but we would review that at the time of subdivision as well, just to make sure that we were
okay,
taking the right path.
thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions from the commissioners? Excuse me. Frog in my throat. This is a public hearing, so I'd ask if there's any public comment. If you would like to come to the mic and state your name, please, we have to have it for the record. Thank you.
Now I've changed my mind.
No, no, the sound in here just doesn't carry very well, so we
I'm
have to,
just curious, about the
your name, please.
Elisa Stewart. I live
Okay.
across the street at 1347.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, 1346.
Okay.
I'm curious when the 20-acre minimum came into effect. I've been there for 17 years. I'm on approximately 10 acres. The neighbor next to me is on 5 acres. So I was curious. I had not heard that prior to this meeting.
I believe our planning director or Jenny can answer that, but at least before the 2015 zoning and regulations came into effect. It could have been,
Madam Chair, the zoning map of Park County was adopted in 2000.
okay,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jim Bruno. I live at 1330 South Fork Road across the street. I don't object to it at all. In fact, anything he does, it's going to be an improvement. And I've been living out there 28 years. And I'm one of the oldest, not the oldest, I'm one of the longest people living where I'm living. There's only one other person. So I watch them come, go, die, and everything else out there. And everybody who's done something on their property always enhanced it. And what he wants to do is tear down some buildings and put up something else, which is fine. He called me and I said, I don't object to it. And where we live, it's very well kept. So I know he's not gonna have junk piles out there and stuff like that. So
Okay,
I encourage you to improve it. Okay?
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Sure. Just please remember to identify yourself.
Hi, I'm here on my and my husband's behalf. I'm Karen Herberger. And I live at 14 Road 60R, which is also across the street. We have a beautiful neighborhood and I agree with Mr. Bruno that anything he does will be an improvement in the neighborhood. I do not object. Everything is already existing there. So it will not be a change. It won't affect our neighborhood.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Eckley, did you have anything that you wanted to say?
I do.
Okay,
Okay.
yes, absolutely.
I was very hesitant to go through this process. This is not in my purview, so.
Okay.
I figured it was gonna be something like the Supreme Court, where you each fire questions at me and I would have to.
Sit down and we'll do that.
But if you would identify yourself for the record.
Arthur Larry Ickley III, and I have applied for this zoning variance.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you just want to start out with your reasoning and why you think that you qualify for a variance to the local zoning, since it is 20-acre minimum.
Right, and I guess the biggest concern is that it violates, and I did some research. And there's been several cases come before you. You've granted some and you've denied some. And the one that most recently was denied that I could recall was a 10-acre that ended up being only 9.3 acres. And in that situation, there was not an already existing home on what they were asking to split off. It was going to impact the neighborhood. So the reasonable use of this is there's literally zero impact on the neighborhood. Everything's already existing. Mr. Schott, who homesteaded this back in the 1900s, this was his original house. There was a lumber mill there. And this is where we want to move to retire. We want to have this as a separate property because that bluff is a desirable building location. Since there's already a building there, we want to work our way into that property when we retire. So one of the things also that is a positive is the big game overlay. This is squarely in the critical winter range. And I know that the new plan is deleting some of that or changing some of that. But here I intend on taking down some of the buildings and only having 2 or 3 buildings eventually, which will actually lessen the impact. At any one time between Mr. Bruno, my field, we have some of the bigger fields, we'll have 100, 200 deer on it in the winter. So I do take that as a sportsman to be something I want to preserve. And you can see the map that I gave you, it's kind of a logical split of the smaller parcel. It's only slices off a tiny bit of the agricultural land. And that particular part of it, I've had trouble irrigating because it's a hump right there. So it will retain a parcel that conforms within the GR20. And the argument that none of them around are 20, I understand that. But the 5 acres that we choose, we're asking you to split off for us or allow us to split off. It again has a reasonable use as a separate homestead, one that can be encumbered. Some of the responses from P&Z was that there are other alternatives, like you can't sell or encumber a piece of property if it doesn't have its own separate lot for the most part. And that gets into the whole other exceptions that I chose not to go down at this point. So I think that it is a reasonable use. It's going to make the surrounding neighborhood better. And the fact that it's already there, I think would allow you to, in good conscience, grant this request. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I do have one more for staff.
okay.
If this were approved, could you explain condition 3? I don't recall seeing something like this prior. You want me to read it? Everybody.
Madam Chair, condition 3, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat: no additional residential structures, primary or accessory, shall be permitted on these subdivision lots unless zoning district regulations in effect at the time of proposed addition of a residential structure provide for a higher density of housing. That proposed condition is to address housing density, which would now obviously be allowed to increase should this be split, because on a lot of 5 acres or more, you can have 3 housing units.
It also, Madam Chair, Joey, it says accessory or accessory,
Yes.
Accessory housing only?
residential.
not,
Yeah, residential. Yes.
and
That's
that is,
just to keep, we assume the zoning changed in 2000 to accommodate the lack of water available in this part of the South Fork. And so the more housing units you have, the more water would necessarily be consumed. So more wells. So this would be to help limit further water development would be our suggestion, just because of housing density. That's the whole purpose of the 20-acre minimum, is to reduce housing density. But if you allow him to split, obviously you could increase housing density by that decision alone. And so this would try to help control that for this particular property to accommodate for that allowance. If, you know, there's already 2 homes, I believe, or how many housing units are there? 3? There's already 3 housing units. If you split this property, you could have 6.
thank you.
Yes, well,
Tonight, I guess I will follow up with a little bit more. You talked about staying there and the conservation and the ag, or not ag, wildlife. I guess I'm not real clear on the reasoning to split it. You can take down the old buildings, you can build another structure there, I'm assuming. I guess that's a question, a house in that area. So if it's not to sell the other part, why are you wanting to split?
So our plans are,
Mhm.
I'm getting older. My wife is, she's had 2 heart issues.
Okay.
So our future employment is not set, and the cost of living out there has gone up a lot. The property taxes are onerous. So we can't maintain this huge piece of property. So if we're allowed to do this, we have the smaller 5 acres. We're going to take down some of the buildings, build buildings that conform with, old style. We want to do that. We want to stay in this area. And this would allow us to stay in this area. And it would have, obviously the 20 acre would be, we would sell that at some point in time. So whomever buys that, they buy that. But when, the smaller portion is something that is now more affordable for local people if we ever decide to, pass away or go into retirement home, but it's something that's more manageable. And that's where it gets into what I believe the reasonable use of the property of that 5 acres. And as far as the housing goes, there's 2 primary residents, one at the north end and one at the south end.
Okay,
And then the barn has a man cave in it, the big red barn.
okay,
So we do not want to split it. We want to prohibit further development of the area. We wholeheartedly agree with the water issues. We had to put in a cistern. Our neighbors have better water. We don't at that particular location, but the 5 acres has its own 26 gallons per minute spring box. It's not down the 300 feet that the main well on the main house is. So at every step when I look at, is this going to cause further problems? I determine that it's not. This is going to be I believe to be an easy deal. And I would agree to put anything on the property that would prohibit further development because I don't want that. I don't think any of our neighbors do. At one point, a private attorney told me that they changed this to stop the bleeding because how can I have a 2.6 acre property right behind me, a 2.6 acre over, and everybody around me is smaller than 20. So the term was stop the bleeding. So there's really no bleeding to stop. It's not going to set a dangerous precedent. If there's another piece of property that has a similar facts, I would think you would want to grant that to, you have a specific tax base, something that's easily identifiable. And limit the number of housing on it. Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? And I'll ask one more time if there's any other public comments on this proposal. Any other public input?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. It's the pleasure of the board.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to mention the Middle South Fork Comprehensive Plan that was in place at the time. Back when the zoning was determined, some of the statements, the goals and objectives from that plan identified less housing density than the lower South Fork, restricted new subdivisions. Trying to identify why the zoning was chosen. I see that could be some of the premises behind it, but also there was a policy no more than one single family residence per 20 acres. So that was a policy that was determined by the Middle South Fork residents at that time, which I'm assuming led to the zoning that we have now. So just trying to understand where GR 20 was born in that area, and that's what it was.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
This is somewhat difficult, just because I really am a strong believer in private property rights. However, just going through the land use plan like we have, I mean, it was pretty loud and clear of what was requested up there. We are moving into the rules and regulations. But one of the main things up there was open space and fewer subdivisions. We would be going against our current rules right now by allowing this variance. I know that we have addressed and you're trying to address the housing issues. But we also have other overlay possibilities coming up that would be affected as well. I'm reluctant at this time to allow a variance when we're so close to see what the new actual rules are. Our rules right now restrict it. The possible rules to get involved with the new standards and regulations would allow possibly to lessen those. It may strengthen them. I will wait to see, but right now we have these rules in effect, and I believe that they were confirmed in the latest land use plan as far as input from the public. I know your neighbors don't care, but the ones that are here today, I'm not particularly in favor of this at this time.
Any other comments from other commissioners or?
Madam Chair, I understand, the feelings of the applicant. I know that, talking about the property taxes, yeah, mine are high too. And I like the idea of maybe even helping the wildlife in the area by taking that section and making sure, like what we have with the staff recommendation and other housing and maybe splitting up later. We're talking about 20-acre parcel. We're talking about 5.6 on one spot and trying to find his retirement home. So I believe what he's saying. And I believe that he wants his piece of property and he's looking for a retirement area, and the neighbors don't seem to be extremely concerned about it. And they're looking for further improvement. So I would make a motion to approve the variance with the conditions recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded to approve the variance with the conditions recommended by staff. And I guess, just for the record, we did not read those into the record. So if you don't mind, Jenny, we'll listen to those before we act on the motion so that we know what the full motion is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Condition number 1, the variance grants the applicant the opportunity to proceed with a simple subdivision application to split the parcel into 2 lots with an average lot size less than 20 acres. Number 2, approval of this variance shall expire 1 year from the date of board approval unless the applicant obtains a subdivision permit prior to that time. Number 3, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. No additional residential structures, primary or accessory, shall be permitted on these subdivision lots unless zoning district regulations in effect at the time of the proposed addition of a residential structure provide for higher density of housing units. Number 4, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. No further subdivision of these lots shall be permitted unless regulations in effect at the time of the proposed subdivision allow for smaller lot sizes. And number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I would ask that Commissioner Mangold at least remove simple from condition 1, because we don't know for sure into those proceedings whether it will be a simple subdivision or classified as a major. If this lot was already split as a parcel, then it would put it into a different classification. I believe that was confirmed earlier.
So just removing that word, just proceed with a subdivision application, whatever
Correct.
level it
Yeah.
turns out to be. Okay.
Okay.
Is that,
You're
you're okay with
And
that?
I'll adjust my motion to
Okay.
remove the word simple in condition.
Okay.
number 1.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the variance request with the conditions as stated, with removal of the word simple in condition number 1. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I
Oh, boy. Hmm. Um. I'm gonna have to say no, just because of the regulations that are in place, and maybe we'll take a look at the regulations as they move forward. Sorry. Okay, motion fails. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
you may make a comment.
Thank you.
The new regulations will be in place hopefully within the next year. And you have
2 years.
we're saying, we're gonna try to ram it faster, but regardless, you can reapply within a year.
Mhm.
I've read the drafts and it doesn't seem to be much different than what it currently is.
These,
That's
there is no draft.
What is it called?
The land use plan.
This is the new rules and regulations, which we haven't even started on yet. The rules and regulations are, and we'll get into an updated zoning map. So it's certainly possible when we meet with the South Fork, Middle South Fork people.
And they want to change it to a
things could
GR5.
change, you know.
Well, I mean, thank you. I've discussed this with Ms. Reed, quite a bit, and it's like, I don't think anybody's gonna support that until they want the open spaces. So then there's no water. So it's, unless they ship water out farther, I don't see this changing. I don't want it to change. So that's why
Right.
I did what I did.
Understood. This is a tough one. Completely. Understand.
And so with the other avenue, which will be next, would be the exceptions. So
What are you referring to?
the exceptions to splitting parcels with
A family exemption.
with this
10
doesn't
years.
apply. It's a mandatory approval.
Right.
So
The family exemption? Yes.
Oh.
Mhm. Possible. Okay. Okay, we're a little beyond our time. Trevor?
Trevor was hanging around out there.
Oh, okay. There he is. Okay, our 11:15 Trevor Cattenhorn, Buildings and Ground Superintendent bid opening for pickup and utility vehicles.
Madam Chair, we received 4 bids.
Okay.
One was accidentally opened by the clerk, as it was Park County Buildings and Grounds Department, pulling Renner, RSC Power Sports. We thought it was title work,
Oh,
so we
okay,
opened it. So, but nobody has looked at it. It's been in my office.
okay.
Believe me, he's trying. No, I'm just kidding. So, I don't know what you want to start with, but there we go. We got 4.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. If you just, I know you haven't done this very often, but if you'll state where it's from
Okay.
and what they are bidding on, because you had 2 things listed there, and then the amount, please.
Okay. This is from RSC Power Sports. That's for a utility vehicle. Polaris Ranger. The bid is 29,529.82.
29,005.
$529.82.
Okay.
This one will be from Fremont Motors. And it will be for a service truck, pickup truck. This bid is 51,570.
And for what truck?
This would just be for a 4x4 XL Super Cab.
Make? Ford?
F-150.
Okay. Ford. Thank you.
This one will be from Danny Manhole here in Cody.
Are those, Madam Chair, are those any delivery dates that they put on there?
I think a lot of these were available on the lot.
Okay, good.
They went to do it. Most of them were readily available.
Okay.
I got a call from, he put down 3.
Okay, peace.
Hello. 3 choices for us.
Okay,
First one will be a Chevy Silverado for 41,130. Next one is on another Silverado crew cab. And it will be 43,795. 43,795.
Okay.
The third one, again, is on a Silverado 4x4 crew cab with a V8 5.3 for 47,495.
I'm Chair. Are these all new?
And I believe it was 2 of these would have to be built. Right? You have one on the lot and 2 of these we'd have to kind of order.
No, Madam Chair and Council, the 3 pickups that are listed, the first 2, they are actually, they're actually going into the system and be built actually today. So if I need to do any changes, then I can do it. The third one, 47,495, it is built and it's been shipped.
okay,
Thank you.
And all of these pickups, whichever one if you chose us, would come with your 5-year, 100,000 mile powertrain warranty, which we're the only ones that do that for the municipalities. And if we want to address the engine, we visited about the engine. Things have changed in today's world. The first 2 have what's called a Turbomax 4-cylinder. We talked about a 5.0 V8, which runs roughly 360 horse, roughly 410 foot-pounds of torque. The new world
The turbocharged four-cylinder was 310 horse and 430 foot-pounds torque. So some of our world has changed, so I want to let you know, but if you do want a V8, you want a heavier truck that's heavier than what you expect, well, that would be the focus out.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Trevor, the first one you read off, the 41,000, you didn't say if it was a crew. Are they all crew cabs?
Yes, sir.
No.
Double cab on that one.
Double cab, and then, excuse me, I'm sorry, for interrupting, double cab and 2 crews after that.
Okay,
Okay, so the first one is a double
Double.
cab is like a new spec. You didn't care when you spec'd out, you didn't
No,
specify.
I specified either one, so.
Is there a
Would work for our crews as long as we can get to the back seat, put our tools in and store
Right.
stuff safely.
right?
And the world is really big on more room for crew cabs and stuff like that, that's why.
Yeah, you almost have a special order or standard cab anymore.
Yeah, the regular cab is making us, sure, I do have a couple of those coming, but boy, you don't order very many of them. Ditch rider trucks, things of that nature, the double cab then kind of comes in there, but your major market is
good.
for room.
Thank you. Okay. Next one.
Who's it from?
Looking here, oh, Yellowstone Motors in Powell. This is Silverado. 2024 Silverado 1500, crew cab pickup truck. And the bid is 47,534. They did 2.
Okay.
This is a Chevy Silverado 1500 crew cab pickup truck, and it is 43,774.
Is that you said crew cab too on that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Not sure the difference. It could be the engine. Have to read it a little bit.
Okay, so we only have the one on the power sports, on the Ranger. And the rest are pickups, okay? So do you want to take those and take a look at them and make sure how they meet your spec and come back in later this afternoon?
Yes, please.
So,
Time. This afternoon.
2:30.
yeah, 2:15, 2:30. You could be here by 2:15. Barb isn't going to take long. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Well, we're tabling the 11:30, but that doesn't give him much time. Yeah, is that what you're looking at? Not the zones, tabling the
1:30.
1:30. You want to come back at 1:30? Well, 1:30 give you enough time?
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
because what we had on there, we're gonna table, so. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
could you also bring back what you budgeted for your utility vehicle? Not, I'm assuming you've budgeted within a range on the pickup, but I'm concerned on the utility vehicle.
It's all within range.
You did, okay, even, you already know that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We can go on with our 11:30, which is the board liaison update. I guess I'll just start. Fair is in the middle of getting all of their stuff together. The fair book's gone to print. They're finishing up their budget to turn into Colleen. And other than that, I think things are moving forward pretty easily. Kind of following and Billy's getting used to the routine that they use. Forward Cody. Just business as usual as far as economic development. Our executive director, James Klessens, will be leaving this year. He's retiring, so they will be starting their search on looking for a new economic development director. So that'll be coming. They do have a couple projects in the works. Museum board is busy updating their policies and how they operate and also getting their budget into to Colleen. And discussing their staff and the programs that they're able to provide to the public, which have been really good lately. In the library board, of course, the main thing of conversation is the new building. And keeping the libraries working and the move with the Powell Library to the fairgrounds but I don't think there's anything surprising out of that one that has come
So-
up.
Madam Chair, just starting to move next week.
Right.
And we're talking about being open on May 6th. So
Right. And working with the other renters, I guess, for that building and how those things can be worked out over time. So that's, what do you have?
just on the fair board, I think that our events coordinator is working through, and I think I think he's doing a pretty good job. Dealing not only with events but also learning the different portions of the Fair Advisory Board. And as far as the Fair Advisory Board, I think they're on board for us being the actual fair board.
Mhm.
And they are welcoming some changes for that, especially when it comes to building and maintenance.
Right.
So, and I think the fair might go off without a hitch.
That
So,
would be cool.
there are cheaper beer prices what we heard about, especially in the Bud Light category. But as far as my other on the Park County Rec Board, they are getting toward almost the end of their season, where they have in it, we've seen the usual suspects come in for baseball programs in the area, Little League in the area, helping out with the scoreboard over in Powell, and the golf courses. There are still some dollars left to discuss that they were hoping to put at the end of the year to see how much was still available. One is that there's a person in town here in Cody who puts in playground equipment, and they put him on hold. And also Olive Glen is hoping to get new sand, I guess, that comes out of Star Valley. So they're hoping for that. That will be sort of a higher ticket item. They've had to turn down some. One was, of course, for the fireworks. The fireworks group came out, was asked for a donation, and we didn't like blowing up taxpayer dollars for that event. Another event also was for the theater group here in the area, and they wanted part of a fee that goes to the school district, and we didn't think that that was right. Also, for the tax dollars coming from Park County to go to the school district to pay a fee. So that was another discussion that just took place last time. But we're planning on having our next meeting toward Matisse when we get a look at how the rec center is coming along. So that's the update with Parks and Rec.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Commissioner Livingston?
Not a heck of a lot.
Okay.
The court, drug court's got a new coordinator. Other than that, not a lot going on now.
Is that Jackie as the interim, or did they hire someone?
Well, they've hired someone else.
Okay, okay.
Not a lot to report. I'm gonna go down through my list. Park County Weed and Pest, they do meet monthly. I'm trying to get with the Forest Service to get their environmental assessment done so that they can do aerial spraying. I'll bring that up next week when we meet. Is this next week? Week after?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes. With the Forest Service, that's on my topic. They're having difficulties there, we're surrounded with a lot of federal land. BLM is on board. So, and the Weed and Pest does a lot of weed control on federal land as well, which are headwaters to our agriculture area. And so the most efficient way of doing that, a lot of that is aerial spraying. And the Forest Service has been 2 years trying to decide whether or not we can do it. It's not, there's been some confusion, and they've tied it in with wilderness areas. So that's what the holdup is. And from what I'm understanding, I'm hoping that tomorrow we can get it singled out or somehow. Otherwise, they're doing real well. Them, along with the Predator Board, they all fulfilled their training requirement for government spending training that we've done. They put on a session over there I went to, so I'm double trained.
Oh, cool.
Now
you're scary.
Matisse local planning, no news is good news is kind of how I treat their meetings. If they want me, I come. If not, I save a lot of miles on the road with that. Moving down into the visitor center is very similar, same way. I get emails on what's happened, but the rest of it, urban systems will meet next Wednesday with PAL. I did get an email that Brian won't be able to make it, that Ben's gonna go instead. I'm just an observer anyway, but I'm not sure where that's gonna go. They've been kind of rat holing, if you will, money for a larger project. The income that they get doesn't really allow them to do anything major, so they're trying to pull it. They have to get a variance basically every few years so that they can show that they're building. In their hope, the last meetings were that intersection of, I can't remember, the first light going in, where the
Tower Road.
is. Pardon?
Tower Road. No, there's no light there.
No, as you're heading into Powell from the Cody, the first light you come to, that intersection that goes out to Willwood.
Okay.
They want to rework that and widen it out for trucks, because that's very difficult for trucks to
Fair
get.
Street turn.
Fair Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're gonna have to work in conjunction with irrigation districts. That drop right there needs to be redone at the same time. So that's what previously they've been pulling money for. Now Zach with the city, he's got other ideas, but he keeps none of them are happy yet.
Okay.
And then as far as Forest Service and BLM, great working relationships with them, no major issues, the weed thing with Forest Service a little bit. But other than that, that's what I got.
Okay.
Nothing.
Scott.
So the Yellowstone Regional Airport Board, they're working obviously to try to finish up the hangars and do all that. There is some talk, well, it's happening, it's been in the paper about the who's taking back over United. SkyWest, which they're pretty excited about that. They think that's gonna be a good thing, cut down on delays and canceled flights, stuff like that. Looking at, well, that's another group, but and then we got the Beacon Hill drill coming up.
Yes, emergency.
Yep, emergency drill. That's about it on that. Park County Historic Preservation, nothing maybe there. Public Health Officer, nothing. No good, that's a good one there. No conversation, that's a good thing. And then as far as CYR, they're fundraising.
I think we have them set up for a work session with us.
Yep. Oh, and going back on the actual airport board, I can't remember if they put this in the paper or not, but really fighting hard to get Alaska Airlines in here in next year. They're trying to get it out of Seattle. Right now, Alaska's sounds like they're pretty much committed, but they're talking Missoula or somewhere, but the airport's fighting to get something out of Seattle, but that's a push. But it sounds pretty good to get there.
Well, and the issue with all of these is the maximum guarantee.
Yeah.
That we know Natrona County just went through, and our airlines are no different. They all want that guarantee. So we'll have to have that discussion.
And I'm sure we will. Let me skip back here. Oh, no. Okay. So Basin Authority Joint Powers Board, we meet tomorrow in Vermont.
Okay.
That's going pretty good. Their budget's looking really good. We're getting all moved into their new digs or in there. But so we'll have that meeting tomorrow in Vermont.
Okay.
The shooting complex, I still waiting for Casey to get me a key and stuff so I can get in out there.
Okay.
Let's see, I think it's about it. How, oh no, that's Mango, never mind.
That's Pat.
I forgot. Yeah, we'll get there. I did too. Urban Systems Cody, just so you know, because of Bighorn Avenue and the work that's being done there, that was on the top of the list for the Cody Urban Systems with YDOT. That's been taken care of. It's moving forward. It'll happen this summer, they believe, with the new Hawk Beacon light. So we had to pick a new number one priority to list with YDOT. So we had the discussion about possibilities, and the first conversation had to do with the Beacon Hill East Sheridan Avenue corner, which is a problem, but the discussion got around to that's both city, county, and it's a mess as far as ownership and the alignment of the road and everything. So we decided that our next priority through the city of Cody Urban Systems would be to coming from the new Sunset School east toward that intersection. We only got part way with the last time that they did that road work and used urban dollars to do that. So they're going to use as much urban dollars to keep going east. When we get to that intersection, we'll deal with it, but we're going to keep going east. So we have sidewalk and maintenance and stuff up there as you get toward the softball field.
So it'll connect to Beacon Hill?
Well, it does now.
Oh, it
It's
does
just
now?
a kind of a
Yes, turn.
yeah, it's got that
Oh,
big
yes,
S turn
turn.
in it. So, and the airport, there's no convenient way to fix that right now. So anyway, we decided we wouldn't take that on. We'd just keep coming east until we get to the problem. So, but that's where those funds will be spent. And then we also had the request, if anyone wants to put it on the agenda, we had a request for fireworks funding. Okay.
Madam Chair, one other thing I forgot, with the Forest Service, been visiting with Casey, they're going to fire back up the travel management plan that was started 6-7 years ago.
Probably.
They're really hoping it will meet the new district guide, but they're really hoping here within the next 6 months to start that back up again. To what extent, we don't know. Whether they will go back out to public comment. The last place they left it was like a draft of options, what do they call them? Alternatives. They may go put that back out, and so we may have some involvement, hopefully, with even more, you know, with our cooperating agencies that we have in places that we didn't 7 years ago. So anyway, that's something that would have a major effect, I think, on our county.
Sure.
The travel management plan.
Okay. Anything else from anybody on our liaison groups? Okay, the next thing on our agenda then has to do with the bid opening for the county auditor from the county clerk.
Madam Chair, we received one bid
Oh. Okay,
from Carver, Floric and James, who is our auditor at this time.
the time period that we requested,
Huh?
is this 2 year, 3 year?
I believe it was 3.
Okay.
Do y'all like a book?
No.
Not at the moment.
Three years.
This is gonna hurt.
2024, 59,325. Maximum fee. Maximum fee for 25, 61,401. Maximum fee for 2026, 63,550. Pricing above assumes that District 2 will have 2 major programs that are required to be audited under the OMB's uniform guidance. In the event more major programs are required to be tested, we will bill for the incremental time using the rates listed above. This typically ranges from 3,500 to 5,000. Partners hours, 25. Rate $225 an hour. Managers, 120 hours, 175 an hour. Senior professional staff, 120 hours at 140 an hour. And other professional staff, 120 hours at $120 per hour. Professional fees, $57,825, and out-of-pocket travel expenses, $1,500.
How have you found them over the last 3 years as far as meeting the criteria that they set up when they bid this the last time?
They've done really well. Each year they push us a little harder to go a little deeper. So I think we've all been pleased with working with them, but we can definitely, I can give this to the treasurer and before we make a decision, if you'd like, or it is the only bid we received. It was published in Cody, Howell, Billings and Casper.
Commissioner?
How long have they been our auditor?
They've been our auditor for,
Since we were required to have an audit, I think.
no,
No.
so,
Who-
I came on in 15 and I worked with a different auditor. And then I believe these guys were picked in 16.
Okay.
The other auditor, I want to say was Stein and Buss, or they're all in the drawer. I could sure give you.
Yeah, it could have been Stein Buss.
It might have been.
There were more companies at that time doing government audits. There's very few now.
Yeah, very few.
Okay.
I don't know what you'd like to do.
Do you want her to run that past Treasurer Polly
Yeah,
before we make a commitment?
I don't think, it doesn't look like we got a hell of a lot
It's
of
not gonna
choice.
change.
Yeah, unless we can self-audit.
That'd be fun.
I'm all for it.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
I don't think the
I don't
feds would
know that-
appreciate that very much. Yeah. ARPA dollars
and
throw us in.
Barb will be here at 2, so we can
Okay.
talk to her then.
Okay, we could make a decision at that time just to run it by her. Either way. Okay, okay, so we'll hold for Barb.
I think we paid 49 this year, so
Oof,
no, maybe it was 6. Did we pay?
that's quite a
Okay.
jump.
I can ask Steve what we paid this year to make sure the money.
That's a $10,000 jump if we did.
Cost of paper went up.
Cost of paper. Yeah. That's pretty
Everybody
significant.
goes down and then back up.
Well, sometimes you don't have not with the county, but a lot of times, other, like, my water district, some years we had a single audit because we had federal dollars and other years we didn't. And so it makes a difference of how deep the audit has to go. But since we have ARPA money and other federal dollars, it's probably a single.
3
audit.
years, that was too far. Is that why it's back to 63?
Well, and your help fees are gonna change. They're gonna go up because.
I know, but it goes 59 down to 51, then back to 63.
No,
59,
61.
61.
59, 61,
61.
63. That's
Yeah,
gonna,
59, 61, 63.
right.
Damn,
Jumping
Jeremy.
$2,000, jumping $2,000 a year.
Okay.
I don't.
I'll look through it. Just to. Thank you.
Mr. Mangles?
This is the only one that we have in.
Yep.
And most likely we'll have to approve it. Right?
Most likely, but unless the treasurer sees something that jumps out at her.
Like she would like to do it herself.
No, I seriously doubt that would be part of the conversation. Okay. I know, I did meet with them the last 2 years, both times going through what they were looking at, and especially getting deeper into to what we see, and what we understand.
I think my first year as commissioner was when we were required to have these audits. And it was a big chunk back then.
Mhm. Yeah, they've always been.
Didn't have a
expensive.
choice.
Nope, no choice. You have to have it. It just depends on.
Unless your budget's below 500,000.
I think if you receive federal dollars, you still have to have it, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think GASB requires federal.
no matter what. Yeah. Yep.
We just won't take any
Okay.
federal money and we'll only have 500.
That's another reason not to take those federal dollars.
Don't tell the HVAC people that right now, since that's what we're redoing. That's the only way we could afford to redo that
Mhm.
at this cost.
Are we going lunch?
Yes, ma'am. We'll break for lunch. We will be back at 1:15. Thank you.
See, did you see that?
No. Oh, cool. Huh,
She still got that music.
really?
Yeah,
How old?
I think I have to go back and figure he's 30, I think.
Oh, my goodness. That's cool. Yeah. Huh.
She's she's now, and that's where she started. Oops.
You said you still have it?
I still got that. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have him, because he doesn't get used anymore. But he'll go around and open up gates. If you leave a gate with just a chain,
Yeah.
it's open.
Oh, I have a horse like that.
You know, my little Tater, he's only 10 months old, just figured it out.
Oh,
Woke up, well, actually went to bed. Standing put a dinger on the cattle guard,
uh-huh.
so when we know if people come in and out.
Uh-huh.
And it went off and I get, look out the window, I don't see anything. Deer come in all the time. Trip it, I thought it was that. Next morning, I said, early and I do a thing, and I look out, the deer comes running across the damn driveway. I think, how the hell did he get out? So I'm out, but I mean, he could have, there's a cattle guard coming into the yard, but he was in the yard area, you know, the shop.
You know, well, my first month was for me years ago, Wesley was about this high, you know. And in that big mule spot, they call him Spot. And I packed him up, took him, tied him bush fender. He goes up there, Wesley, jumps up on the fender of that bush fender. Who tied Spot up without a spot knot?
Oh, spot
He
knot.
unties himself. He unties
Oh.
himself.
He's supposed to unties everybody up.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You have to tie it.
My horse will untie himself, but he won't untie
I
everybody
went
else.
out one morning all the hunters we're all saddled, ready for going to go out. Go in and have breakfast. We go out after breakfast, it's still dark. There's not a saddled horse standing there tied,
Oh,
except for my mule, because she wouldn't let anyone near her. All the other horses are out there with the saddled wandering out with the big herd.
The funny thing is, you can take that lead rope, he unties it, and then he comes back and ties it up here.
Oh.
Where he can't get at it.
uh-huh.
So when we got in the camp that afternoon, tied everything up, and then next thing I know, who tied Spot up? There's all these wandering pack horses.
Jeez.
At first I thought, what's this kid talking about?
Spot knot. It's a spot knot.
Spot knot.
I learned.
Yeah, we have to use that on Dakota. He'll open anything.
I'm tied to bowling.
Really?
Advertised.
He'll get it. Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
And all the horses come running out of the pack and out of the pen, it's because he flipped the chain open.
Oh, yeah.
Everything has to have a beaner clip on it.
Yeah, that's what we've got clips on all ours now.
Have to.
No chains. He'll unfeed it. No matter how bad you twist it, he'll unfeed it. It's not going there right now. We're ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, everybody ready? Pauline, ready? Okay, our 115. Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, Public Works Department, consider addendum to Architectural Services Agreement for GSA Architects for the Powell Library and CMAR for the Powell Library project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So I guess first thing with the architect, as you know, we have received from Wyoming State Library
8.4 million-ish for funding, and then with the commissioners obligating 3.2 million. So we've got that in there to go ahead and construct the library. We've got some pretty tough deadlines coming up with funding from the state. And so we're trying to do some things to get things going, because the way our contract reads right now is that we've got to be under construction by October 1st. So there's some things going on the federal level that might change that, but we'd have to get the state to agree to it. So we're still going full steam ahead right now. And so the two things that we need to get done is we're under contract already with GSG.
Yes. You got it.
GSG Architects out of Casper that did quite a bit of the scoping work, conceptualizing and some of the cost estimates and things, working a lot through with the library board and then with the JA Architects. But what we like to do, they gave us a cost proposal to basically amend their contract to do the design and construction phase services, including contract administration. And that total is $1,092,545, which is a lot of money, but it's pretty typical for professional services on a building like this. When we add in to the $1,092,545, if you add in the mechanical, electrical, plumbing that we've got contracted separately with EDA out of Casper, and then we've got 22,000 that's for Morrison, Maryland to do the site civil, and then allow a little bit with the geotech. That puts us at about 1.2 million. And then so of the remaining construction costs, that's about 11.6% of the construction contract. So that's usually they'll say anywhere from 10 to 15% for professional services on a building like this. So I feel like we've got a fair price, and that's with GSG, and they've got JA Architects, that's library specialists that are also helping them on a subcontract level. So I guess what I'm asking is, on behalf of our design team, library team, we'd like to recommend amending the contract with GSG to include design and construction phase services for $1 million, $1,092,545, and with the chair to sign the agreement pending, or the addenda pending county attorney approval.
Okay. Any questions? What are your thoughts?
On our paper, it says GSA.
Well, that's a Brian thing.
I have a real hard time.
He has a lot of trouble with that acronym, but it is GSG.
It's GSG.
Yeah.
GSG, sorry about that. Can I blame Molly?
No, no.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the chair to sign an addendum for architectural services with GSG for the Powell Library project, pending the county attorney approval in the amount of $1,092,545. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
All right.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
While we're on the library project, and I apologize, we didn't have this on the agenda. I messed that up somehow, but we've been, we submitted, or we advertised for a request for proposals and qualifications from qualified contractors to do CMAR services for the library. Because we want to be with our tight deadlines, same thing. We need to get them involved early in the process, and they may end up doing a separate guaranteed maximum price to do some site work before October 1st while we're still finishing some design. So anyway, we submitted a request for proposals, advertised in both papers. We received they all went to the clerk, and Colleen logged them all in and verified. And we ended up with one from Roadhouse, one from Diamond Point, and one from Sletton Construction. In reviewing the proposal, we put together a review team that consisted of
on this except myself, Commissioner Overfield, Nicole Gerhardt with the library.
Jeff Bauman.
Yeah, Jeff Bauman with the library board, Trevor Capcord with the buildings and grounds. And then Jack Hollinger with the EDA, he's our MEP guy. And then James Holloway with GSG out of Casper, that's our architect. So kind of had 7 people. And you've got the scoring in front of you that we first did that pretty independently. After we interviewed last Friday, we interviewed all 3 of them. You can see the scoring of the 3 companies, and that's the 7 people that were on the interview committee. It's fairly, as you can see, the 2 firms that were very, very close were Sletton Construction and Grote House. On the scoring, Sletton came out slightly ahead, but we figure within 2 points. The 2 were close enough together that we then checked some references, talked to some different people, and it was the opinion of the committee after hearing the references of things about Grote House, bad, good, and things with Sletton, that Grote House has an edge on past performance. And so the committee is recommending that the contract be awarded to Grote House Construction.
Even though that doesn't quite coincide with your rubric.
That is correct. And like you and I have talked before, Lloyd, this is kind of to me, it's kind of narrows it down. In the end, you don't want to just base it on a number, and there's some subjective things, but talking to references was pretty big. I'll say eye opener, but we had quite a bit of input.
Just another question, because I'm not familiar with Diamond Point. Who are they?
They're based out of Bighorn County, I believe. And they've got an office though in Park County. I think they said Powell, I believe. But they
Cody.
Oh, is it Cody? Okay.
Yeah.
Jacob Hatch is the president. And they've done quite a bit of stuff, a lot of residential type things, some commercial. I think the consensus on them was if we were to bid the project out, they probably do just fine. On a CMAR where we're talking quite a bit more administration, we felt like the other 2 firms had pretty good edge on that.
More history.
Madam Chair, as far as cost between Grote House and Sletton, was there a big difference on that?
There was, but we have to qualify that it's at this point, it's heavy on the qualifications and all that, because until we have a design, they're giving us a bid or an estimate for the construction phase services, then a percentage of the guaranteed maximum price. And so Sletton did have a lower percentage of the guaranteed maximum price. But what's tricky is it gets into the transparency of the bids and the subcontractors. It's really hard to tell at this point which one's actually going to come in cheaper. So we didn't weigh a lot on price. I mean, we considered it, but it's a bit of an unknown until we get a design, which they'll participate in the CMAR.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Last question. Project team, I know Roadhouse is very local.
Yep.
Slatton can be, did they mention as to what their team would consist of, and are they local, or are we getting out of Montana?
They're local.
Casper was one.
Yeah, I think there was one fellow that I think is their senior project manager that is out of Casper. And but yeah, they did a nice job on their proposal. Their superintendent comes highly recommended.
Their project manager is out of Casper.
With their senior project manager. Their person that would be on site is local, is my understanding.
Sure, the committee, I usually weigh very strongly with their recommendation. My, I know roadhouses, their experience, and they're probably more than qualified to tackle this. I just worry about we're trying to spread it out a little bit, if you will. I don't know if that's right or wrong. But we've used roadhouse on the last 2 or 3 major projects.
And Madam Chair, I personally haven't worked with Sletton, other than they did build the Willwood dam bridge for YDOT for us. And they did a good job on that. Most of their bridge group is out of state, from out of state.
And that's what I was worried of asking about your project, because I know in some cases you do get a lot of out of state engineers and project managers.
Any other questions, thoughts?
Madam Chair, I move to accept the recommendation of the committee of going to courthouse then. I mean,
Second.
I think down the road, overall will be the safest, fastest. I mean, your scoring doesn't exactly show, but they're real close on the cost proposal, project approach and schedule. So
That was a motion?
that's a motion.
Okay, and you're second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to choose Roadhouse for the CMAR for the library project for Powell. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I probably should have said, would it be also chair to sign pending commissioner approval? Just trying to accelerate the process.
Any issue with?
That's what I said.
Oh, is that what you said?
That's exactly what you said.
Okay, we got it.
I'll make it sound.
I'll reword that. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, we originally had a 1:30 on talking about the Public Works building with an addendum to our contract for the HVAC. We had a really quick discussion this morning in work session, decided we needed a bunch more information, so we're gonna table that for today and find out a few more things about that project and possibility. So, Brian, we did ask Trevor to come back in at this time and go over his truck bids, and then we'll get back to you. If that
Sounds
works.
good.
Don't go far.
Don't go very far.
Okay, the one thing, oh, it's on the endorsements. Is that after Trevor?
For the
For the flap?
that's later. Yeah, that's at
Okay.
1:45.
I'll hang out.
Yep, just hang out a few minutes. We've opened the bids. We just need a decision. Come on up, Trevor. Okay, so you had one bid on your Ranger thing, and then you had several bids on pickups. So
Yes.
you were going to review and determine which pickup worked, and then check your budget on the Rangers.
Yeah, so I did over this period I was gone, so.
Okay.
I think I've come up with a decision on this, the Danny manhole. Their middle bid for $43,795.
Okay. And what's your reasoning for that one over the 41?
There I've got a crew cab and a lot more features in this work truck than the others. That'd probably be the biggest.
Crew cab over a regular double.
Crew
is what you're
cab,
saying.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I spoke a little bit with my guys just a little while ago, and they felt that would probably be the best move too. So it's kind of a group decision.
Okay. We wanted, yes.
Madam Chair, I'll just make a comment that I think I would agree with what he says, because I mean, what you're talking, and when you get the other one, you're gonna wish you had the crew cab.
Space.
Is that a motion? That's a motion to it, yeah.
Thanks. Okay, we have a motion to accept the Danny Menhold bid in the amount of 43,795. Is that the one we're
Yes,
looking
ma'am.
at? Okay. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to accept the bid for the Silverado crew cab at 43,795. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
just clarification for Mr. Miller. On that particular vehicle, I forgot to write down, some of them were being built, some of them were built, some of them were shipped.
And once this particular pickup is actually going to be the one we head to that they call broadcast tonight. And that means GM broadcast all suppliers and production dates. So this truck is going into production.
Okay.
So I'm hoping 90 days. Using the 90 day, I say 60. The only loose link sometimes is the rails, the ship.
Okay. Okay. And your thoughts, Trevor, on the other?
Going over all the attachments, it's had everything that I requested. It seems like they're reasonable on all the extras, all within the dealership cost and everything. So,
What about within your budget?
yes.
Okay.
How? You blow the hell out of your budget.
Well, that
I
line
got-
item, yes.
So, Madam Chair, will this pickup come out of his new budget then? It'll come out of this budget.
Should.
Yeah, get it in time to come out of this one. If not, we'll carry the funds over.
Carry it over.
to year.
Good.
To pay.
So we write the check on delivery though, correct?
Correct.
Commissioner?
Yeah, Chair. Trevor, what is that, Claris?
What is it?
Yeah.
It's a 1000. It's just a standard, their standard model. Ranger XP 1000 premium.
Okay.
Really, the only thing I don't like on this is probably the color. But it's yeah,
Okay. Hey.
I better, that's a good idea. No,
Oh.
get some camo on there, but my understanding is it's on the ground, ready to go. So it had already been built and so.
And this is for use here at the complex,
Yes.
basically.
And fill in down there. I mean, it can go anywhere. It can do the search and rescue. We can get it out to the airport to do that too, the search and rescue apron out there as well. So.
Thoughts from the commissioners?
My thought is we should do some more shopping. We're not obligated just because we did advertise and only received one bid. I think we can go back out and go direct to some of the other dealers and that's my opinion. And I'm
Yeah,
not a
that would-
Polaris fan.
Oh, that's where anyway. But as far as the other dealerships, I went to the only two in our neck of the woods and I only got one response back, which I was surprised because, well, I test drove the one anyway. So I don't know where else. I'm open for looking for other prices for sure. I just didn't know.
If still in business out here, you got, well, there's also, how come that Rogers didn't, quote you a Can-Am or anything? Or John Deere, they have.
Yeah, I don't know. I told them I was open for any brand at all the dealerships. The Arctic Cat was the one they were pushing out there.
And that's Phipps.
Probably.
Yeah.
And then there's John Deere over in Powell or D&D or whatever.
Yeah.
Just, I mean,
Oh, yeah,
not a formal quote. I'm not in favor of going with just, because that's the only one we got.
Yeah. As far as the Gators go, they are substantially more money when you start to add bodies onto them and heaters and things like that. So that's kind of why I didn't even.
Are you looking for more of a what they call it, UTV is,
Yeah, a utility. Just
so I mean, yes, they are more money, but how much more for like even a Kubota or a Bobcat or?
yes. I didn't even Bobcat makes a UTV. Okay.
Madam Chair, and that how far do we want to cast this net is the thing.
Well,
And I heard about a guy buying some Durangos from Jersey one.
all right.
So
the.
six.
So another that affected my decision on a Gator, the expense on repair and maintenance are just astronomical with the green machines. I'm pricing, I've got some more stuff to bring towards you too someday, but That's another,
Madam Chair, and I'm leaning towards going with Commissioner Teal, but is this a time sensitive piece of equipment?
I would say yes. For the summer months, I need something to get around these acreages that we have.
Yeah, is there a
To get around the acreages that we have to
Okay.
take care of and
is
that's gonna
there
be.
a expiration on that bid?
Uh,
I'm sure there's a general
I saw
good
one on
for
all of
30 or
them,
good for 60.
And Madam Chair, could we consider a good near new?
I
I'm
think
not
we
saying
can
that they're
consider any
out
of it.
there, I'm just, do we have to have brand new?
Our normal thing is to go quote within
I know.
our region in the county if it's available and get a couple of thought processes,
And
but
if we had two, I would
right,
be
right.
more inclined to go.
Right.
maybe we can shelf this for now and maybe get a better look at what they're offering as far as the package goes. That we might
Comparative.
flip you over a little bit, but it's pretty basic with what they're offering. The plow, things like that are definitely a good thing when we get into our wet snow seasons.
They're included in it.
Excuse me?
That's all included in your.
Yes, the winch, the plow, fully enclosed cab, heater, and power outlets for sprayers and things like that.
Okay, well, I enlightened a little. I didn't realize it was a
I'm sorry. Yeah, we should.
tricked out machine.
Yeah,
Heater.
it's blue.
Radio CD player, what?
Commissioner,
Madam Chair, I kind of tend to think we need to look at least a couple more options. But I would be willing to step forward and help Trevor, having bought about 6 of these rigs in the last year and a half to kind of, because there's some pretty good programs and things out there. I'd be happy to work with him and help try that.
okay.
Did you hear that? He's gonna take it over.
No, I like that. They said buy a vehicle for the county. It's fun. I'm seeing it.
i- If you want to do that, we won't have action on this today. We'll wait and you can put it on the agenda as soon as you guys are comfortable with what you've got available. That work? Okay, well, if they find stuff out, we can fit them in for 10 minutes somewhere if we need to. Okay. All right, so you'll let us know after some more research.
Yep.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Trevor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bert.
I didn't like when you laughed at that comment. I was actually trying to get my head blown.
All right, I think we're up to our,
Madam Commissioner? Can I
yes,
take 2 seconds of your time?
certainly.
I want to change hats.
Okay,
I want to thank the county on the snowmobile side. We had a little bit of a rougher snow year, but I want to thank the county and Brian, his crew, for how we have a new turnaround. Worked out fantastic. We'll see how it works out when we get longer snow. But the county, you just can't thank you enough. You guys are always stepping up and helping us go to snowmobiling. And so we had another success as we moved to different projects.
thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Okay, 145, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer and Public Works. Authorization to submit application for phase 3 flap funding for County Road 6WX or the South Fork. As we all know, this is a continuing project. Hopefully,
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. As you know, we completed phase 1 flap about 2017-18, which started from the other end, Cabin Creek, through the National Forest and got a ways that way. Phase 2 is in design right now and will get us about Grizzly Lane intersection with South Fork. And we figure by the time those two are built, which they're talking 2026 for the phase 2, we will be about halfway done with South Fork, trying with the goal to get to state maintenance. And so we anticipate probably most realistically another 2 phases. We might try to go ahead and submit for 1, but our chances are probably not good. But anyway, we've got about 16.8 miles left. And so this is an application that's due April 30th for phase 3 funding through the Federal Lands Access Program. And as you know, it's kind of a unique program because it's completely dedicated to roads that benefit and improve access for federal lands, which South Fork's ideal for that. I mean, it's kind of what the program was meant for. And we scored really good the last two phases. So I feel like we have a decent chance on phase 3. So if you were to authorize this, which would be endorsing, allowing us to submit this application, then the next question would be how much, if anything, you would want to match, because this time, usually there's like a 10% minimum match, and then we've overmatched before to help our chances. Usually taking that out of county road fund. And this time there is no match requirement, but having a local match improves your chances of getting selected. And I know of at least 2 other projects that are in other counties that are submitting. And so the competition will be pretty fierce.
What kind of a match have we done in the past? Is my memory correct at about 10%?
We've overmatched to 15%. In fact, I think the last one might have been 17, but yeah, 15% is typical. What I'm suggesting or recommending would be 10%, which would be 10% and not to exceed 1.5 million, because that's us going for 15 million. And I don't know that we'll be that high if we split it up into 2 phases. So if you were to authorize 10% with not to exceed 1.5, we'd cover anything we could think of.
And these funds would be expended not before 27 or 28.
Yeah, this
minimum.
wouldn't go any sooner than 27, 28. Ideally, we'd have it'd work out to where a contractor was coming in right after
Right.
phase 2. So, but yeah, it's going to be a ways out.
It's an interesting scenario when we can spend 1.5 and get $15 million worth of work done. I mean, that's,
We have reserves.
yeah, that's true. It's true.
Madam Chair, do you anticipate having this from the county road fund again?
By that time, we're going to use up what we have on Willwood this first phase, but that is a few years to build up. We build up 800 to $1 million every year. So we just have to make a decision whether we want to do phase 2 Willwood or put that to South. So all good options. We could decide that at a later date.
Madam
But
Chair,
we
as
will
far as
build
the
up some
match,
money.
We don't have to make the decision today as to where it would be funded from.
Not funded from, no, just the commitment that we would look at the fund
Yeah,
There's a possibility we could use a portion of it, maybe from.
correct.
and the road fund.
And also I'll say it's committing that if you award, there's still an agreement phase. So if something happened,
We can
you
back
know,
out.
yeah, if they awarded it and you didn't like the way it looked or money or different economic situation, until you sign that agreement, you're not.
Okay. And that's a
obligated
couple
to-
years down the road.
Yeah.
That's right. You said that it's not required, but if we put a 10% on, it's guaranteed they'll take that 10%, or would they say, oh, it's not, we'll give it to you anyway without the 10%? Is there- that ever happened?
I've never heard of that.
So if we offer 10%, they're
Gonna take it. And we've gotten into this with others too, with state art, whatever it is.
So basically, we're bribing them a little bit.
Well, it's kind of part of their scoring
Right.
rubric. It's like it shows local
Buy-in,
support, local
right.
buy-in. And so there's a committee that's YDOT, a county commissioner, and federal lands, central federal lands, the Federal Highway Administration. And that committee, they weigh all those things.
Madam Chair, I can tell you that when we did this with the phase 1, it helped. It was a major part of why we got the.
It also will add, Madam Chair, that we already got a letter of support from BLM. We should have Forest Service and Game and Fish are working on theirs, and then some local recreation things. So that support from those agencies is huge also.
The only one having a heart problem with this is our county treasurer. And I'm not even gonna look at her because I know where we're at with the funding.
Barb's. Look at
It'll
it.
be cheaper just to grease the committee $100,000 each.
And that goes into
Discretionary.
Commissioner Mangold advocates bribery.
In the old government.
That's how it worked, huh? Yeah.
We know that,
Commissioner, former mayor.
Yeah, there you go.
How we used to do things.
we know the projects are very valuable. It's just whether we want to make the commitment for the application.
You ready?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move to authorize and have the chair sign the application for flap 3 project with 10% matching funds.
Not to
Not
exceed.
Not to
to
exceed,
exceed 1.5.
Not
Is that
to
where you-
exceed.
not to exceed 1.5 or 10%
Okay.
of matching funds.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the application for flap 3 and authorize the chair to sign with a 10% match not to exceed 1.5 million. Clear?
Mhm.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Brian.
commissioners. Appreciate it.
You'll let me know when it's ready.
I've got it ready. I'm gonna give it fully here.
The next thing on our agenda, County Treasurer Barb Polly.
Right where? Oh, I see it.
Discussion on the tax refund program.
Afternoon, Madam Chairman and Board. I'm here because of, as you guys are probably aware of, the tax refund program's already out. We did over 1,200 applications through this, just Park County last year. What I'm here for is I'm looking for a little help, budget wise to do more advertising and stuff. I have got several, appointments set up through the Pal Senior, the Matisse Library, the Cody Library. And that reaches the demographics of a certain level. What I'm looking for is somehow to outreach to the kids 30, 40, 50 years, that age group. So what I'm looking at is seeing and asking permission to maybe do radio and newspaper ads. Cause I feel like we're really good about getting to the seniors and stuff now. I just want to look a little different. So I set up a date to stay at the library for a full day and at night. So if I can advertise stuff like that to get the working class in. Because the income level is 107,000. And there's a lot of people in this community that can qualify for this. So they were mailed out on the weekend and I had 50 applications mailed in yesterday. People were standing at our door at 8 o'clock yesterday morning needing help. And so it's huge. Pat Myers helping us. Their whole staff's been helping all day. It is just unbelievable, all the applications, because everybody that got it last year got applications, but they still come in for the help. They don't want to fill it out themselves. So, and they need the receipt for their taxes and stuff. So I'm just here looking for ideas and also extra funding. My advertising budget's already blown for the year because of the delinquent taxes and stuff. So I need a little help if you guys would authorize.
What's a little help?
Well, and Scott, maybe you can help me a little bit there with.
1.5 million.
Okay. But
To the radio
I wanted
station.
to do,
Radio.
radio ads, and that's about what? $200-300 at least for each radio station and then paper. So I'm thinking at least 1,000, if that'll help me out.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, Barb, can you, as Colleen yells at us, don't take it from another plane, but can you just go ahead and blow your advertising and
It's already done.
do you have it elsewhere
Yeah.
in your budget where you won't break your bottom line?
And that's what I'm concerned about. I might be back here because I might break my bottom line.
Madam Chair, I think
Okay.
my suggestion is move forward, and if we have to do a budget amendment, we do a budget amendment. I guess I'm not ready to just say, okay, I'm gonna give you 1.5 million. I would say,
Jeez.
That's a lot of advertising.
just,
Yeah.
do what you think needs to be done, but we're gonna have to do it. We'll just do a budget amendment instead of giving you a dollar figure right now.
And I might be okay.
Because it
with
would be a budget amendment regardless.
Yeah.
Even
I
if we
might-
committed to a
Right.
specific dollar amount, it's gonna be a budget amendment.
Correct.
I think it is extremely important to get to as many people as possible.
I would like some ideas about Clark, if you have some ideas on how I can get up in that community. in all honesty, to get up in that area too.
But Chinese.
Not
balloon.
into social media. They do have a Facebook page.
But would it be worth it to go up to, don't you have a community hall or
So,
something? up
yeah,
there?
I was gonna say, but between the Facebook page and maybe posting some flyers at the community center. And maybe even Idolize, you know, it's
Okay,
the only business out there. Those would be the
The-
two that I would.
The library goes to Clark. And does library stuff out there once a month too. You might check with Karen
Okay.
and see what their
I could
timeframe is.
piggyback with her.
Right.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And you may have already done this or thought of it, but I would also reach out to the radio stations that like speak your piece. And just, it's up to them if they want to let you on with maybe even Pat Myers to
Okay.
discuss taxes, and then you could speak more of the programs that are available, as well as KPOW. It does about a 5-10 minute at about 7:45 every morning weekday. And that doesn't cost anything.
One year and it was like 6 a.m, wasn't it? I think.
No,
7.
Just kidding.
7:40.
7:40. Can we
7:40
work something
a.m.
out?
But I do a once a month thing there. Have for,
But you gotta bring out meat, right?
but yeah, they sometimes.
We have to what?
He bribes us with hamburgers sometimes.
At 7:40 in the morning? Really? Okay.
Well,
So
not cooked hamburgers.
any
just
other ideas, you guys? Matitsi? I am going to the library in a couple weeks, but we did the senior center too. Any other ideas?
They have a community bulletin
Yeah,
that they put out.
so I'll get Angie. Any other ideas?
That's got it covered. You get the library, the senior center, and then the community board.
Okay.
Then get a hold of Brody maybe at the they
Senior
do
meeting.
rec center stuff, so.
Oh, Brody, yeah.
When are the applications due?
They're not due till the first week in June, but I guarantee, and they have to have their second half taxes paid. You know, but it's amazing how many were in that door yesterday. It's amazing. I mean, you figure 1,200 apps last year, and I'm sure we're gonna have a lot more, and I want a lot more this year. If we can reach the right demographics,
Mhm.
and that's the thing.
We had the most last year, didn't we?
For our population and stuff,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, we got the largest refund and stuff, I feel. So, it is on the scale and it's very complicated. It's not, I don't know what they were thinking when they decided how they were gonna figure out what you get back. So if someone asks, we just tell them that we'll go ahead and send it in, you meet the qualifications, and they'll let you know how much you're gonna make, because it's too much. So, anything else, you guys? I'll work on my budget line item, do what I need, but I just want you guys to.
Okay,
I appreciate it.
okay. We'll understand if you go over.
And I got one for each of you guys, just so you'll have it, so you can kind of read up on it. There is another question on this one this year about if your average or your household income exceeds your property tax bill. And that is for people like Jackson. You know, that if, they're only making 30,000, but their tax bill is, 10, 20, $1 million, then they can still qualify. So if you look at the second page there.
I saw somewhere, someone wants to just get rid of taxes if you're over 65.
Right.
Yeah,
There's a lot of folks that can afford them that are over 60.
but we are, and Pat did say that we're getting up there on our taxes too, so
I will
that second question down there.
be applying for Brandy again this year.
And North Fork, any ideas?
North Fork, well, never mind. Just again, social media, Wapiti Whisper is what I would,
Wapiti Whisper?
Wapiti Whisper on that page.
Is that like something I can just connect into and join?
Yeah,
Huh?
it's Facebook,
Okay,
but it's I can put stuff on there. I'm not a great poster, but
I think Pub Works can too.
There's really not.
on Wapiti Whisper,
I think.
it's not Whisper.
and it's not chit chat.
No, it's not. It's not.
Kidding. I'm well liked. up there.
Occasionally, some of the Cody chit chat bleeds over there, but this is more of a community page.
Okay, I got all those. If you guys can think of anything else. But I'm trying to get that other demographics is what
Right.
I'm trying to reach out to. So just because their taxes are escrowed in doesn't mean the tax fault. You know, but we do have to have a second half.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
thank you.
Madam Chair, one more question while we're up here on the auditors. How do we want to?
Oh, yeah.
We only received one and it's.
Okay.
I guess, Barb, what we were looking at, let me find my list here. There's 3 prices they gave us, which, there we go. They do a not to exceed, which Colleen says they've done all the time. But the next 3 years would be 59,325, then 61,401, then 63,550. And she has a list of what, she just sent us an email a little bit ago about what's been paid out in the past. Do you have any thoughts, concerns? We only received the one. I know there's not a lot of government auditors out there anymore that'll do government funds. Do you have
And they
any?
did a good job, I think,
Did
on
they?
our single audit with the art money and stuff. They're well familiar with that.
Okay.
I think that, I don't know about you, Colleen, but that was a real plus getting us through that one. Now, as that goes away, it might be something different, but that single audit, that's huge to us.
Okay,
We haven't had too much communication with them in the last couple of years. They kind of do a lot online and through their portal. And then they come in for a few days and report back to you guys. So they're easy to work with and their portal is easy. So I'm fine with them.
Okay.
I don't know who else we do. So.
well, that's part of the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody
Okay.
local that I'm aware of does it anymore. I think Jim Riley applied one time and he hasn't since. So
Seckman's not doing them and Steinbus is not doing them.
no, they stopped right after the first one of ours. That might be why. No, no, I don't know anybody else.
Okay.
So I'm fine with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
So Colleen
Okay.
does need a decision on that, so we can move forward.
The chair, I would move that we accept the bid from Carver, Floric and James to do the audit for the next 3 years for the amounts provided in the bid.
Second.
I moved and seconded to accept the bid for Park County Auditor from Carver, Floric and James at the 3 levels listed for the following 3 years. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, move to adjourn. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.